are actually very much Danone-driven. Some of them are very much Brookside-driven. So it's a bit of here and there just to explain how we work together, the two companies, and what we have achieved. A big part of the presentation, actually, since I'm supposed to talk about innovation between the two dairy companies, is very much. I'm going to talk a lot about how AI is helping us in this industry. The AI today starts from even the presentation that I did, the illustration. I don't give any more. We do, all of us. We don't give any more presentations to our agencies to develop the visuals. We create our own visuals. Yeah. Maybe it's not a good example. I'm very sorry to say that, but some of you who refer to the washroom, you see, it's here we have a smart washroom. You go inside, opens, and you want to leave, close. So it's smart. And then I was thinking, it's not very far. Maybe in a year or two, if it's not already there, that the moment you're leaving the washroom, it gives you actually a health situation. You make sure you know about your blood sugar, of your everything. No, so AI is coming everywhere. Okay, it's coming everywhere. I guarantee you, this idea, although it's not nice, but we all had our breakfast. But it will come. And okay, I think if the presentation is ready, we can go through. Sorry? 2 minutes. Okay, so I must stand here for another 2 minutes and talking about, you know what? Yeah, no. I can start in order to save time. I can start the presentation. I talk about, the first few slides because you're talking about Africa in general. So, but I guarantee I will show you the slides. Yeah, I will guarantee I will show you the slides. But where are we living? What is our actually market environment? Africa, fastest growing, environment in dairy, 5% year on year. When we compare with global growth, which is 2.2%, 2.5% average globally, Africa 5% is actually a very big opportunity. Then East Africa becomes even, more important. With Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Ethiopia as the biggest milk producers in the continent. But what is very important is that, we have where this growth is coming from. We all know, we are all, you are all experts in the industry. We have a dramatic rate, a growing rate of the urbanization, growing of the middle income. What it means, I've been into similar market. I know where it starts and where it goes. You see today that with this rate of urbanization, what happens? When urbanization is happening, when middle income is growing, people are expecting more than what they were doing or they were receiving yesterday. I remember when I came, it's 5 years, I am coming from Iran. And the day that I've joined Brookside, I remember that the CEO of the company told me that, Reza, I want you to launch cheese for me. And I was thinking, okay, cheese, it's not gonna work. But then I went to the market visits and I studied the market, and then I always now I'm telling to my team always, I said, guys, at the time of Nakumatt, I was not here. And but today, when I go to Carrefour, Quickmart, Naivas, I see there is a full range of cheese. But I'm sure that 10 years ago, it was not like that. Even now, I can see that my Kenyan friends, now they're trying cheese and they like cheese because at the point of time, I'm sure that, maybe in our community here, maybe people were saying that cheese is more for the expats. It's more the expat they were using cheese. But now I see that many of my Kenyan friends now they're moving towards cheese consumption, this is actually what is happening when I'm saying that urbanization and the growing middle income will create demand. Now, what happened? Yes. So what happens is that this is the okay, right? Oh, okay, got it. So what happens is that the urbanization and consumer demand, it grew faster than the industry. It means that us, the processors and the industry, we are behind the demand. So it means that maybe we can go to the full slide, please. Next. Voila. Okay, so I can change by this. Click on which? I have to point that. Maybe I tell you to change the slide, okay? Okay, fine. So this is what I was saying. You see, urbanization actually created a big demand, while the industry actually failed to address that demand. What does it mean? It means that from the old part, when I'm talking about this industry, it starts from farmers. It goes to the cold chain. Cold chain is the biggest part of my actually concern and presentation today. And processors, we are not ready. Even when I'm talking about Brookside, we are not ready to produce cheese. 5 years ago, the CEO of the company told me, Raza, I want you to produce cheese for me, and still we are not ready. So it means we are processors, we are not following actually the speed of the same speed that the consumers actually are moving. Just a very quick look at the key indicators in Africa, okay? Guys, when I have only 5 minutes, you wave hand, yeah, because I talk too much. And then, okay, we see that 48% of Africa milk comes from East Africa. This is what I was talking about. Top producers, I told you. Okay, smallholders supply over 70% of milk, and this is one of the areas of concern. I just put the areas concerns. And then the average yield, another area of concern, the average yield per cow, 5 to 8 liters per day. This is compared to, to global standard, very, very low. And then we are very much, the industry still is very much relied on the cooperatives. And yes, what I was talking about, the cold chain, the cold chain, post-harvest loss up due to weak cold chain. Every single day, we are losing a lot of milk. Not only Brookside, I mean, as an industry, I'm talking. We are losing a lot of milk at farm level, from farm to the cold chain, to the coolers, from the coolers to the processors, okay, and the finished good to the market. just because of not having a proper system of cold chain, okay, we are losing a lot of product before being converted to the finished good and after it is produced as a finished good. So, where the innovation comes from? Actually, what we believe is that innovation drives, in our business, drives competitiveness, inclusion, and sustainability to deliver consumer demand. What is the consumer demand today, especially when I'm talking about, let's talk about Kenya now and East Africa. Today's major concern for consumer health becomes one of the biggest concerns in the market. And following the products that we have launched since last 2-3 years, you can see that our major focus is to launch, actually to introduce products that are actually addressing the health and well-being need of people. So health is a big concern is a big need from the consumers. Then we have the affordability. I will tell you about that, I'm coming to that. And convenience, and also, surprisingly, sustainability. Maybe years ago, it was not something, important or major thing, that the major concern for consumers. But today, because of the climate change, that many things, sustainability also became part of the consumer concerns. We believe that technology is the only way to balance actually affordability with the quality. What I'm insisting on also on affordability is that I remember I was in the research center of Danone 2 years ago, and they were presenting us, our innovations for the next 5 years, areas innovation, and raised hand and said, any of these innovation is more affordable? Does it make my product more affordable? Because whatever innovation that you're talking about, from the packaging to the formulations, everything, okay, they look that they are increasing the cost of my finished good. So this is actually an area that the perception is coming. The perception is that every time that we have an innovation, so it must be definitely more expensive, but it's not. So now we are working on the innovation, actually ideas, initiatives that creates actually products or delivers product which is affordable and also actually addresses the consumer needs. Now, I told you why Brookside, why Danone actually came to a partnership with Brookside, because Brookside actually is, currently almost 100, close to a million liter daily company, extensive actually network with farmers. As we speak, we are actually working with, or serving, I can say, 160,000 farmers. Okay, so Brookside has an extensive actually network with farmers. Okay, and extensive local knowledge. We cannot ignore that. We cannot ignore that international companies, they can never have the same quality of knowledge that the local companies they have. So this is why actually a partnership, a joint venture actually happened in 2014. And that Danone actually is injecting the know-how, the knowledge about, the innovation, everything, and Brookside, the local capabilities, in order to what? To deliver quality, innovation, and sustainability. We co-create. Actually, innovation is not a processor initiative. I will come back to this in my last slide too. innovation. This is the biggest mistake, that some people, they believe that innovation must come from the processor, while we believe that we co-create innovation hand in hand with farmers, customers, consumers, and partners, in order to, again, to deliver, a better processing, more efficient processing, more sustainable packaging, and affordable, of course, and the big thing called chain. Sorry. So when it comes to processing, actually, our processing actually is the way that we are, our approach to the technology, okay, smarter processing, is to make sure that we deliver high quality, okay, at an efficient cost, okay, and efficient level. So as an example, AI, I was talking about AI, AI pasteurization at the farm level. Or UHT eco-friendly, like we just by improving with the help of, with the help of Tetra Pak, improving our UHT lines in order to release less, okay, or to control our carbon footprint and less CO2 release. And thank you very much, IF. You have talked about my enzyme innovation. How can we actually deliver innovative product with better texture and efficient yield? As part of the technology, what we were talking about, cold chain, okay? And I told you, one of the biggest actually area of loss is at the farm level. At the farm level, the infrastructures are not yet there. So what is our approach? Is to install the solar pre-chillers, yeah? So this way, what do? We cool milk soon after it is collected. Then we install modular processing units. These are, the cost efficient. It's not very actually expensive. They are not big investments. So is efficient investment. You install modular processing units, okay, and it can be just be near to farm. It can be just near to farm. So in this way, you increase actually your efficiency and you manage your loss. Actually, normally in this case shouldn't be any loss. And then power resilient system. Why? Because that we have, unfortunately, we have constantly, we are facing power outages and in different areas, especially at the rural areas and farms. So in order to manage, to overcome the issue of the power outages, we can use the power resilient systems in order to keep the cooling system efficient. Oh my God. Then I told you about packaging. No, I'm just using this pen wrongly. I don't know why. And I told you about packaging. Now, in packaging, what is our approach? Actually, we have done this in Danone products before. Now we are implementing same app actually initiatives at Brookside. PET bottles, okay, which are replacing the multi-layers. We are moving to the recyclable cardboard, or how do we call it, paper-based or whatever, cup yogurts, okay, and QR traceability on the product. This one is a bit tricky. We have a product called Bledina. Many of you know it. Bledina is baby food puree, which is a Danone product, and I always use that as a very good example of the traceability. That the QR code that you scan on the Bledina pack, it takes you even to the farm that the fruit was taken from, that was harvested. And so it gives a very, it helps a lot about the transparency of the quality of the products, of the process, of course. You see, I'm not using it there. Again, in packaging, what do we do again in packaging now? Because packaging is not about, the previous slide was about how do we have a more, sustainable packaging. But then, of course, next to that, we have to look at what is the pain of my consumer today. What is the pain of what consumers they need? It's not about just having, a recyclable packaging, environment-friendly packaging, but how much money I have in my product. I have just my serviettes, but how much money I have in my pocket? Okay, is that we must have small packs that are actually that people they can buy when they have small money in pocket. Still, they can buy the product. So mini packs, okay, are very strong in our market. Then at the same time, family-size packs. So also, the mini packs and family pack, they are the ideas that actually helps helps the families to manage actually their budget when they're going to shop dairy products. And then on the pack design also, it's very important that the design on the pack guarantees the quality and freshness of the product to the consumer. Today consumers, they are much more concerned about what is written on the pack, and even they look at it. Not because it is, it's nice, it's beautiful, I like it. No. They must trust with the appearance and the descriptors on the pack. They look at it, they go through it, they scan it, just to make sure that they're buying the right products. Okay. Now, cold chain, invisible hero. I call it invisible hero in the dairy industry. And if the hero fails, the whole process fails. If the hero wins, the process wins. So this is why, for me, is the giant, the invisible giant, that we have to invest a lot on it. So what are other approaches that we're taking to to improve actually this area? In Internet other thing, or IoT-based temperature packaging, as I told you, this is very important. We lose a lot of products on the road in trucks. Okay. Then solar coolers and pre-chills that I've talked in the other slides. Okay. By only these two initiatives, we are reaching to 15% reduction of spoilage. So, farmers, we cannot ignore. You remember I said we co-create innovation, okay, starting from farmers. So we cannot ignore that as we do innovation. Yes, I'm doing packaging, I'm doing cooling, this and that and that and that. But if I do not have an empowered farmer, it's not going to work. That is the inception. So one of the biggest actually area of attention here in Brookside is to empower farmers. How? We are doing as I told you, we are serving 160,000 farmers across the country. And we are holding lots of trainings for them, facilitating them for the mobile payments, even online trainings, and also helping them actually to have on-farm cooling for milk quality. So in this case, as I move on, even I have a more satisfied and happier farmers. And this is very important because then they rely on you, they cooperate better with you. Sustainability practice. Now, we talked about what we did, 30% reduction in packaging weight. You remember when I've talked about the packaging, it's not only just changing the type of packaging. Now I have a package, I have a pack. Now, how can I reduce the weight of the pack? Okay, yes, it helps the profitability, but also the efficiency. A good example are the bottles of water are in glass, Mayors. The plastic bottle of water. You see, when you want to open, you have the screw is 3 layers. But in many countries now, you see that they reduced it to 2 layers, and plus the cap is attached. It cannot open. So it improves the efficiency, and also it is eco-friendly. And then renewable energy, solar and biogas, I talked about it, and circular economy, water and packaging reuse. Water is a big issue. We always saying that we don't. I really don't know what is the average level of water used per liter of milk, okay, globally. But I know that many countries they are up to, even in the Scandinavia. I was talking to them, and no, 7 liter of water per 1 liter of milk. Here we are average 4 to 5 liter, which is very. So what we are doing is to actually recycle water, and we use that recycled water for the non-essential cleanings. Okay? Finally, I still have 1 or 2 slides. But all this said, what we achieved, 20% lower energy use, 15% spoilage reduction, 12% higher farmer income. For higher income, we achieved even more than that. And 40% faster innovation, 40%. Outlook, what is next? What is next? So this was actually what I've explained was what we are doing now. What is next? The next is that now we have to move to predictive way of actually of data. Data-driven quality that takes us from being proactive to the market to be predictive. Regional cold chain expansion, I think I've talked about it. And you remember at the beginning of my presentation, I said that international knowledge, okay, international expertise of international companies cannot replace, the quality of the knowledge of the local knowledge. So by collaborating with startups and universities, what we do, first of all, we empower the youth, the knowledge. We exchange knowledge. So, and then we can get fresh and up-to-date local data. And then let's innovate together. Let's innovate together. I'm not, of course, is not together, is not us. Let's innovate together. Again, I explained that if farmers, processors, policymakers, if we innovate together, innovation must be our mindset. If we all innovate together, Africa will not catch up. Africa will lead in innovation. Thank you very much. Any question? Yes. Okay.
Thank you for the brilliant presentation. I want to take you on your last slide, what you just said, that we work together. Can you speak a little bit more on it? This time, looking at the industry, regulators, policymakers, what should we do?
Thank you so much. Very good question. Very good question. I give you an example. Actually, the question is that how, specifically, let's talk about policymakers, specifically, how policymakers can co-create the innovation or being involved part of the innovation process. I give you a very, tangible example. We have standards for different type of products. We come as a processor, okay, we come with a new idea of a new product that the standard is not there, okay? So when I'm saying that hand in hand, policymakers, processors, and everyone, we have to co-create that innovation. It means that I had this example also in other countries that, when it comes to something that the standard is not, we create that standard together. It means that we sit together and we say, okay, yes, the standard is not there, but it doesn't mean that I have to call it something that is confusing for consumer. I remember that I was launching, I was working for Fromagerie Belle, the French cheese producer, and I was launching Kiri in one of the markets, and in that market, we didn't have, the standards for that portion cheese, and they were saying that, you must call it analog spreadable, and said, listen, analog for this community. When I say analog, they're expecting that I give them, there's also digital. So analog cheese doesn't make sense. So we have co-created new terminology, okay, for an analog cheese. So here, when I'm talking about, policymakers, it means that we have together, we create, okay, a path or a way forward to facilitate. This is very important, to facilitate the way forward to create innovation for the processors. I hope I have answered your question. Yeah. Please, Travis.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I was setting a trap for him. This one was a good one. I mean, yeah, he explained himself. But sometimes it becomes very difficult for industry and regulators, policymakers to work together because of the issue of profit. Definitely everybody is out to do some profit. If you don't get profit, how will you pay the people you are working with? And so sometimes it introduces very uncomfortable areas. For me, the whole subject of innovation, as has been discussed from yesterday to today, it's interesting, but sometimes at certain points, it becomes a problem. We are facing one issue, for example, and I'll not be shy about it. We call it tomato mix in Ghana. And with the tomato mix, tomato paste. Tomato paste essentially is you blending your tomato and you getting the water off so that you get the residue, the puree, yes, and that's it. So if industry decides that, I will return your toffee, don't worry. So if we put the paste in here, and then they decide that they are going to scoop out, they are scooping practically like 93% of the product out. You are just left with about 7%. Then they add fiber, sugar, other ingredients. We are talking about diabetics. we are talking about, so it becomes like more or less a kind of a seasoning with very little tomato in it. And because it's possible to do a standard, then we do the standard and then they mix it. And then when they finish mixing it, it's no longer red. So they need to add some kind of food color. And then they call it tomato mix. Immediately, the whole market drops the paste because paste now is expensive. And you get about 50 and over companies importing and doing this product in China and bringing it onto the market. So the price really has gone down, but the quality or the content, is it really even fit to be called tomato mix? Because whatever is inside, they just made sure was, in order that they can use the name tomato, they drop the percentage of whatever ingredients just below the 7% tomato content. How does the regulator and the policymaker work with you on this? That is deception. That is taking advantage of people. That is a problem. So sometimes the subject of innovation is great, but what we say is that let there not be surprises. Let it really be for the good of the society. And sometimes I think industry needs to come as someone who is friendly to the public and not maybe the little profit that they'll make. Well, it's a thought for another day. Thank you. Your toffee.
That's very true. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My question, two questions. Number one, you are very second last slide said that you are collaborating with the startups and universities. I have no problem with the universities because many of us are using the universities for collaboration and maybe for more knowledge about startups. Who are the startups you are collaborating with and how is your selection? My second question is on something which was really dealt on yesterday, is on what you talked about post-harvest losses. Does Brookside has a policy on how to dispose whatever is rejected with those big trucks of Brookside, which you see on the road? If a whole truck of 20,000 comes in and the milk cannot be taken in for consumption, do you have a policy guidance on how to dispose the spoiled milk?
So you said no problem with university. Thank you very much. Startups. Currently, I can tell you a real example. We are working with a new startup here in Kenya that they are developing an AI tool, actually, in order to facilitate, farmers ordering and payments and reporting. So it's a very new startup. Few young guys. They're running it, but very efficient. So this is one of the areas that we are working. Of course, maybe I'm not now. This is one thing that I have in mind, but I'm sure that in other functions in Brookside that maybe I'm not very much aware. They're all, but it's part of the policy. And coming to your point about if Brookside has a policy, about the milk spoiled. If I'm not mistaken, I have my colleague Rahab here, she can help me. What we do is that we have a full control of our coolers, okay, to the factory. It means that the milk that is received is a good milk, okay? So but we do not have any policy of the milk that is spoiled before reaching to the cooler centers, because it's not our milk. We didn't buy, or we didn't actually reject. It was part of from the farm to the coolers. But the policy of Brookside, it says that the 160,000 farmers that actually we are supporting, we help them in order for them to take to keep their milk good quality with all the things that I explained here, from their farm to the cooling centers. But it rarely happens that milk comes, okay, and is not good quality, unless if it has, sometimes maybe added water, or maybe they have added, some chemicals, and something like antibiotics, or if we discover aflatoxin. This kind of milk, it will never, ever go to any usage. It's just considered as waste. Rahab, help me on that. How do you...
Good morning. Any non-conforming milk that comes to us, we have a policy. It's handled through environmentalists. We have a Department of Environment. So we have recyclers that are contracted by Brookside to take care of that. So the milk can either be sold to pig farmers, or it can be disposed otherwise. Sometimes, if it's depending on the quantity of the milk, but generally not drained to the drains. It's handed over to registered recyclers for proper handling.
I think I have a follow-up question to that. You see, when we say, let's say the milk is contaminated with aflatoxin, it's either detected prior to it getting to your Brookside, the correction point. So first of all, I want to know, do you reject milk back to the cooperatives? And if you do, what do they do with it? Because when we discussed it with it, and the board came in, they said the policy should be you destroy it yourself. The question is, if you destroy it, how do you deal with it? If you push it back to the pig farmers and it had aflatoxin, and aflatoxin causes cancer, it means you have put the cancer to the pigs, and the pigs were be eaten by people. So we have recycled the same problem that we are avoiding to have in milk to the pigs. So I think that's where the debate is. But I have another question I wanted to ask. When you are presenting, and I hope I didn't miss it, we talked a lot about the cold chain prior to milk being corrected. That is cold chain from all the way from the farmer correction point, cold chain all the way to the milk being received by the processor. What I didn't hear is I didn't see anything talking about cold chain post-processing. You have already processed the milk, you have processed the yogurt. Where is the cold chain maintained? Because when I go to the supermarket, I find a lot of yogurt sitting in the aisles. It's in the open. It's not in refrigeration. So definitely at that point, it raises an issue of, do we put preservatives in the milk that we were trying to make it organic right from beginning, but then when it reaches our processing, we introduce preservatives, which is a chemical. So I needed to hear that, because I see a lot of milk sitting in the aisles, especially, I'm not bothered about the ultra-heated, I'm bothered about the ready to drink, the yogurts, the rara. How do we, and to Dairy Board and the regulators, is it permissible? Is it okay to use preservatives in yogurt, in kefir, in dala? What does it do to our bodies? Does it cause cancer? What is the position? And I think that's where, so you have two questions to answer. First of all, how do you deal with the milk when it comes to the farmers and you reject it? And if you push it to the growers, then how do you deal with aflatoxin at that point?
Okay, I think I will start with the one for growers, the non-conforming one.
How do you enter into your books? How do you enter into your books? Because I'm now asking you as an inspector, how do you enter into your books the discarded milk? Because there must be a reason why you are discarding it. And if you are discarding it, then there will be a follow-up to whoever took it and whatever they are doing with it. And you should take these things very seriously, because it must be in your protocol that something of a certain nature cannot be given out to another person to go and do anything with. If there's aflatoxin, if there is antibiotics, you can't send it out. So then I will ask you for your protocol.
Okay, first question, the one for the brewer. I think basically the milk that is pushed to the pig farmers is basically things like added water. The milk has low density. The RT is bad, but not something like aflatoxins. Basically, such milk with aflatoxins, that one is handed through recyclers. And basically, what we know is that we have a pit that is dug, and that milk is poured in the pit. So it doesn't go out to the pig farmers or outside. We definitely have records to show the amount of milk that is discarded and through who. If it's through the piggeries, we know the pig farmers, they are audited to make sure that the milk that they buy, they literally feed it to the farmers. And actually, it's not even given to them as white. We add food color, natural food colors to it, so that they don't go to change the milk into something else or to use it into something else that was not the purpose that was intended. And we audit them, so we know the farmers, we know where they come from. When they are giving them the milk, we literally basically know them. The other issue of refrigeration.
Okay, refrigeration, thank you, Rahab. The refrigeration, actually, somehow we cannot control the whole, actually, value chain. You're totally right. You know, even we see, you know, we all see that. We see that fresh yogurt, fresh milk even, they're stored on the aisle. Worse than that, you see them that at the wholesale at the wholesale warehouses. If you go, they're keeping the product, you know, at high volume in the normal temperature. Sometimes it's summer, it's hot. What we do as a processor, as our, you know, our responsibility is constantly actually visit and monitor these areas, but we have to admit that this is out of the control of the processors. What does it mean? It means that either, as you said, a processor has to add preservative to the product to make sure that when the market keeps it at the ambient environment, it doesn't get spoiled. Or, like us, we have to actually accept that our product gets spoiled. And this is one of the biggest issue that we have. Yes, but to come to your point, it is the nature of the market. Somehow is out of control, but we are helping we are educating. This is our responsibility, the maximum that we can do.
Wonderful. Do we have any more questions?
Sure. Let me answer.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Beautiful. My question is about inclusion of your farmers. 160,000, impressive. We have Mr. Kitonga of Meru Union here, 150,000 farmers. Both of you, you're representing 310,000 farmers in Kenya. Yesterday also, we heard that Meru Union average milk production is about 4.6 per farmer. Your farmer is on average about 5. Milk production in the next 25 years has to more than double if we want to feed the population in Kenya continuously. How do you think you are going to do that? By increasing the amount that is currently in the informal sector and including them? Or do you also have in mind that that needs to be done by an increase in milk production per farmer and per cow? I arrived in Kenya 33 years ago. Average milk production was about 4 on the farm that I used to manage. At the moment, your average milk production is still 5. Let me tell you, you said you are going to do it through AI and information through mobile systems. That is nothing new. 10 years ago, the first mobile systems came into this country. Average production is still the same. What farmers need, according to me, and I've seen many farms in East Africa, is skills. And how do I apply these skills? 10 years, 15 years ago, farmers were told, you have YouTube, you can listen, you can look at the YouTube video. Things will change. As I said, I've visited many farms in East Africa. I don't see that change. I think more is needed than the story that we can include our farmers with an AI tool and a mobile phone. So I'm interested to hear from you, and you are here both, you're representing 60% of the milk market in Kenya, both Brookside and Meru Union. How are we going to include our farmers?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed.
We do have a request to know names and exactly what it is you do.
Oh, sorry. All right, my name is Jos Cremas. I'm working with a small startup, ProDairy, and we are working in the dairy and beef value chains in East Africa, training farmers, skills training, consultancy and advisory for and with farmers. Before that, I was managing a farm in Kenya for 24 years. So I've been going through the whole value chain from 4 liters up to where we are today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, you're totally right. Indeed, by empowering farmers on their mobile and AI and digital support, we cannot actually improve the productivity. I'll come back to that. The reason, what I've put here was actually to tell you what are the area of collaboration between Danone and Brookside. Some discussions actually moved purely to Brookside and how Brookside is doing business. I'm here to talk about the area of collaboration, okay, and how do we collaborate, Danone and Brookside. Let's not forget what is the topic. Otherwise, I would put that answer here, but let me tell you, totally right. And you are even more experienced than I think anyone in this room when it comes to farm actually productivity. Yes, the average liter still between 4 to 5, yes. But what we do, you were asking what we do, is actually the support that we are doing by AI and mobile support, everything is to facilitate farmers' actually business and life. But in order to increase the productivity, we know that it doesn't happen overnight or over 1 year. Our initiative is that on a weekly basis, every week, we have at least, among all the farmers, okay, some of the farmers that we are actually serving, other processors also serving, so we're not combining, they're not exclusive. But what we do, we are training farmers in their farm. We have dedicated farms that either we have like our own farm in the company. We have Gisha farm in Brookside, which is, a well-developed farm. And then also we have farmers that they have followed our instructions. And, after 1 year, now they have a higher productivity. So we take them as benchmark. And then we invite other farmers. Okay, we have to admit that we cannot in one shot, we actually train 160,000. So on a weekly basis, we are inviting numbers of farmers, and we train them. We take them to these farms. We let them talk to the farmers who actually followed our instructions, and now they have higher productivity. Then we give them, we provide them, the necessary, what do we call the nitrates and things, in order to improve their productivity. But our initiative is to train them, to take them to to see the real examples of those who have followed our instructions, how they are benefiting of that. But this is a very, very slow, actually, process.
Okay, thank you so much. It's an interactive session. I would like to invite our CEO for a few comments.
Okay, thank you, Reza. And I think, we really do appreciate the fact that you've shared the spirit and the journey of innovation between Danone and Brookside. I would really want to make a point that I think, to me, the 2 points that Reza has made at the end, innovation is not a department, it's a mindset. And together, Africa, if you work together, we shall lead in dairy production and consumption. So the opportunity is huge. Maybe something that I note is about that department concept, because when I look at your presentation, you've talked about innovation right from down at the farm level into the packaging concept, into the product itself, then even further into the value chain. Where I sit, when I was in the industry, that used to be a truly defined department with food technologists who are more focused on the product. And increasingly, of course, from what you're saying is that the definition of innovation is beyond the lab. It's no longer things around maybe viscosity and volume and texture and all that. The whole engagement of the company needs to be brought into focus. And maybe that's one area that maybe in future we could actually drill on, how to enable innovation across the entire company. And I think that's a very wonderful concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. A round of applause, please. So right before our next tea break, we will have We will have at least 2 more presentations. And we have Alex Gitonga from Tunnelop Consultancy, who will be giving us our first presentation. Can we welcome Alex? Welcome. Round of applause for Alex as he joins us.
You are very smart.
Oh, thank you.
She is very smart. Let's clap for her. Good morning. Maybe you can raise a bit. Let's stand. I trained in Israel and the pressure is part of it. So let's rise up and wave a bit. Thank you. Let's rise up, please. Can stretch a bit like this. Like this. Say, Africa will make it. We want to double Africa's milk production at the lowest cost possible. Mulakozi chane. Msaganiswa. Katogo. Thank you. Get seated. Thank you very much. Wow. This is good. My name is Alex. I'm the founder and the managing director of Tunnelop Consultancy Limited. I've interacted with quite a number of people here. Our company is called Tunnelop, and we are in 12 African countries. I'm happy to see one of my clients there, Meved Dairy Farm. Is a heavyweight. I know what he's doing. He loves metrics. Marcos, that was very good. Your question was very good. We are working with him in Rwanda. And whoever is in Rwanda next week, I'll be in Rwanda for a whole week. So we can interact there. Is that okay? So we are here to make money. We are talking of an industry of $1 trillion in the world. In Africa, we are only contributing $60 billion. Does it make sense? The whole world is $1 trillion industry. And Africa, we are only contributing $60 billion. Is that a drop in the ocean? I want to jog your mind. Is that a drop in the ocean? 1 trillion. Are we in the global milk map? And do you know we own 20% of the livestock in the world? I want to repeat 20%, which is 300 million cattle. 20% of the global cattle is found in Africa. Yet we are only contributing 5% of milk in the world. Are we in the global map of milk trade? That is the gist of my presentation this afternoon. I have about less than 20 slides. I'll talk less, but I'm an entrepreneur, so we are here to make money together. So you can scan this code. You can get to our website, our contacts and everything. Oh, sorry, what's... Yeah. So. Okay. Yeah, we are cow people, so sometimes, hey, where was that? Where do we start? How do we get started? Can you help the cowman? Because me, I'm used to feeding cows and milking, and can you go to the start? Yeah. As she works on that, I'm also here representing Tropical Resilience Genetics from New Zealand, where we are producing a gene called Slick gene, which is able to avoid, to overcome the heat stress. Okay, you can scan this. You'll be able to get our contact, our website in that, that Q code. Okay. Huh? Oh. Let I have only 20 slides. I'll finish before that time. How do you get me? Okay. Get to the next slide. Oh, yeah. Oh, these are, oh, yeah, I'm getting capacity building here. Is it working? Oh. Yeah, please do. Thank you. Okay, the African data opportunity. Turning inefficiency. Why is Africa data industry not profitable? I've used the word not because if you do the metrics, most of the farms are running at a very low profitability. And the two reasons why they are not profitable is because of inefficiencies and deficiencies. The average milk production in Africa is between 5 to 8 liters per cow per day. And that the production cost is very, very, very high. So according to the World Bank, the demand for milk will double by 2050. So the demand is not the constraint, and the constraint is productivity. Africa, we have 20% of the cows, yet we are only producing 5%. Do we need to increase cows? What do we need to do? If that question is not answered in this meeting, then we lose it. Because even if you have the capacity to process 1.5, the Brookside, Gezi and Mohoho, they are my friends, say hi to them. If you don't increase the work on the milk production, even if you increase the processing capacity, what are you going to process? You're going to have idle capacity. Next slide. And basically what we are saying is that we are only contributing less than 8% of the global value. We have 300 million cows and the urban demand is going to double. So we have huge baseline assets coupled with the low operational inefficiencies. And that has led to massive systemic upside. Next slide. How do we double milk production without doubling costs? Is it by adding more cows in Ghana? Does it mean you double your cows? Or do you require more land? Do you cultivate more land for fodder? Or do you increase productivity of that land? You know, there's a difference between having 10 acres of maize silage producing 20 tons per acre and having 50 acres producing 5 tons per acre. So do you want to increase a lot of land? You do donkey work getting very little fodder in terms of biomass, or do you want to increase the productivity at the cultivated area? That for me is very, very critical. So we are talking about having more milk per cow. That's the way we are going to grow our industry. Lower cost of producing that liter of milk through systems that can be scaled across borders. Replicability, business models that can be replicated. Last week I was in Uganda, and we are really doing a lot on the forage fodder business models. You can become a fodder merchant. You can become fodder merchant. It's a multi-million industry. You can support the whole value chain. When you do the value chain mapping, and you identify the revenue nodes, let's all not go to milk production. Some of us can become fodder merchants. Some of us can become in manufacturing. In Africa, there is no minerals. Mineral deficiency is very critical. I've been to 12 African countries. I've visited more than 1,000 farms in Africa. And things are not very good. I was in Nigeria. Things are not very good. Nigeria is importing $4 billion worth of milk imports. Something must be done. And I'm talking here with a lot of urgency. Next slide. So basically, this is what we have been talking about. The global benchmark is about 2040. We are only producing 5, 6, 7. I think, Marcos, it has been revised. Data board will be telling us about 8 to 10. I can see Mildred there. So we have improved a bit, but we are still far from the 2040. So we are operating far below the potential of our existing herds. And basically the losses occur at every operational stage: inconsistent feed planning, late diseases detection, weak record keeping, post-harvest losses that go up to 40%. I was very conservative talking about 30%. I based my research on FAO, but some research are going up to 40%. So if at the farm we are losing up to 40%, and then now what is brought to Brookside is rejected, what is your rejection percentage? We'll talk about that. Maybe 2-3%, we'll talk about that. So without structural data, these systemic leaks remains invisible until the profit is entirely gone. I want to read this statement again because this is critical. Without structural data, these systemic leaks remain invisible until the profit is entirely gone. Next slide. What do we need to have? We need to have a blueprint for continental scale. It's three-pronged. Reduce the costs per liter of milk produced, optimize yield per cow, and have replicable models, business models across Africa. What has succeeded in Kenya should be replicated in other African countries. You don't have to invent the wheel in West Africa, in Ghana. What has happened, the cold chain in Uganda can easily be translated the whole of Africa. The fodder business in Kenya can be easily translated. In Kenya, you have the GMP led by Kenya Dairy Board. I was part of the team that did the Kenya Dairy GMP manual, the dairy regulations. For regulation, you can borrow from Kenya. For cold chain, we can borrow from Uganda and any other systems that we have. Every operational decision on a dairy farm must align directly to these three pillars. Profitability starts with the cost per liter. Feed efficiency is the absolute driver, 60 to 70%. Sometimes it goes up to 80%. Mr. Gedaiga, you know that. So any intervention that goes to feed efficiency will sort us up to 80% of the problems. So what are the business models that will help us have feed efficiency? Proper feeding systems, Musaganiswa, total mix ration, yeah, Ivanje, total mix ration, Kasogo from Uganda and all those other things. Animal health management, labor productivity, and waste management completes the cost profile. Most farms don't track these metrics accurately. We have poor record keeping, no farm records. Even that 4-5% is kept in the mind. Nobody knows where it comes from. A farmer will tell you, I produce an average of 3 liters per cow. You cannot lower a cost you cannot precisely see. If you can't measure it, you can't. If you can't measure it, you can't improve it, you can't control it. So you cannot make a data-driven the decision-making process. Next slide, please. And therefore, we need, according to the World Bank, small inefficiency gains in these specific areas increase farm income by over 30%. And those areas are precision feeding. We have talked about TMR, segment feeding, challenge feeding, precision feeding protocols. Preventive veterinary systems, bulk procurement models that you enjoy the economies of scale. You buy bulk, you do inventory control, do your proper feed plans and fodder plans, and then you are able to do your procurement and your fodder planning. Financial tracking discipline. So that's very, very critical. So, and basically we have been talking about this. So the strategy should be same herd, same owner, same land, but different management. I would probably hope that you like that statement. If I was to set an exam, I would really make use of that statement. Same herd, remember we have 300 million cattle in Africa. So same herd, same owner, same land, but different management. We change the systems, feeding systems, record keeping, daily herd management practices, and then we are able to proceed. So that will give us an output, double or even triple the output. This is precision. Can you help me this word? I come from Nyeri and say that again. This is precisely where sustainable doubling happens. Okay. We talked about the slick genes from New Zealand, the heat adaptation. The heat stress reduces milk production, fertility, and feed efficiency. So it's very critical. One of the genetic solutions that we have is the slick gene from New Zealand. It can maintain optimal body temperature, improve milk production, improves fertility, improves feed efficiency. That's a genetic solution that can also help us. But remember, our problems are not only genetics, but they're also systemic. Nutrition inconsistency, how yield actually increases. Nutritional inconsistency plus genetics plus life cycle of health. You multiply that with repeating what you're doing, what we call the SOP, standard operating procedures. You do measuring using the digital tools. Like even as we have developed a digital tool on that, and I'll be looking for you to partner of that. We have a startup. I'll give the link at the end of this presentation. I'll be looking to partner with Meru Central, Brookside. Those are 300 farmers. I'll give you the platform for free. Every farmer in Brookside should use our platform for free. Is that okay? And Meru Central also. Those are 300 farmers. So that will... Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's good also to give back to our farmers. It's good to support our farmers. So predictable, and that will give us predictable, scalable yields. The real unlock is not knowing what to do. It is executing it consistently and measuring the variance daily. I want to repeat this statement. The real unlock is not knowing what to do. It is executing it consistently and measuring the variance daily. How you implement the SOPs at the dairy farm and how you measure the variance using the KPIs, key performance indicators. Madam Ann, I like what method you're doing. I like your KPIs and I salute you. Let's clap for Method Farm. You need to visit them. They are even processing. Thank you very much. Get to the next slide. So basically, the missing layer between optimized output and yield and the physical farm assets, those are the cows, the land, and labor, is the decision system. This is the missing link. There is a lot of manual data, analyzed trends, and late reactions. The raw data already exists on farms, but without systems, decision critically lag behind the reality. And basically, we are saying that you track what is happening, you predict, and then you act. You monitor milk production and herd yield, herd health continuously, identify underperforming cows and health risk early, and also translate that data into daily actions. Adjust feed before losses occur. This is how to double your milk production. This is how Africa will double the milk production. This is how farmers will double incomes, by addressing inefficiencies and deficiencies within the farms. Faster decisions will result to better financial outcomes. So as we have developed a system trained specifically on African data that will perform fundamentally better because it has factored in all our experience as a company. Of course, our Africa-specific intelligence system, it's built natively for local constraints, trained on African data for higher accuracy, and also visibility drives exact discipline required locally. Africa does not need isolated pockets of individual success. We must build models that adapt across countries and scale across varying farm size. I think 2 more slides. The inefficiency gap is the opportunity. Africa will not double milk production by adding more cows. It will do it by making every cow more productive through better decisions. And better decisions come from better systems. Go to the next slide. We are almost done. This is almost the last slide. This is the system that we have developed, and I'll give to all the Brookside farmers, all the Meru dairy farmers for free. They can keep their production records. They can keep their breeding records. They can dial a vet. You can dial a vet because it has geofencing. You can order the feeds and everything. This system we have built it. It's very expensive, but I'll give it for free because it's time to give back. It is not what my country can do for me. It's what I can do for my country. Let's not just dwell on the list of challenges. Can you also come up with solutions? Let's be the hummingbird for the Africa's dairy industry. Praise God. Praise God. Hallelujah. Assalamu alaikum. Can we be part of the solution? Please. We have dwelled on the list of challenges. Can you now start producing a small solution in Ghana and other places? So basically, that's our contact. And I wish you all the best. Let's double Africa's milk production. It is possible and it is doable. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. There's a certain energy. There's a certain energy that comes with continuation, and I think that we'll agree. Today we're really building on momentum. Thank you so much. Round of applause. So as we continue to refine ideas and strengthen the connections that we make in this room, we move closer to impact. I would like for us to get into our next presentation, which will be by Abraham. And Abraham is the CEO and owner of Ameriti Dairy Farm in Ethiopia. Abraham, if you're here with us, we're ready for you. Round of applause as Abraham joins us. Thank you. You're welcome.
Alex, it is really very inspiring, and may God richly bless you. We need people like you more. It is an honor to be here with you, distinguished guests and fellow stakeholders in the dairy sector. I have deliberately kept my presentation very precise, very clear. I am here to deliver a message from Ethiopia, not as a government cadre, But as an African who would like African wealth to go from one country to the other, that is my ultimate objective of this presentation. I am here to give explanation on the $2.748 billion market opportunity, annual opportunity in Ethiopia. My name is Wondirad Abraham, and I am a dairy farmer. Actually, I do milking. And I'm also, I consider myself a livestock strategist. Next slide. So that you know, just to assist you to create or have some credibility, here is what I have done. I've been in dairy for 20 years. In my 20 years, I'm still a dairy farmer. I have contributed to national policies, to the African Union, Inter-African Bureau of Animal Resources, AUIBA, in both strategic planning and evaluating strategic plans. And I participated in quite a few international panels on African dairy and livestock. Next slide, please. Presentation objectives is I would like to highlight and contextualize and the structural bottlenecks of the Ethiopian dairy sector. Please pay attention. It can be in breed, it can be in milk delivery, it can be in value addition, it can be in input delivery. You have it all. I will also try to show you, I will quantify demand and gap in volume and revenue. I will benchmark Ethiopia's dairy sector against Kenya and Uganda. And then the core of it, high impact business opportunities, I will try to show you. The Ethiopian dairy market context, Ethiopia's population, the population gravity is very high. It is Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda combined. In fact, we can even take Somalia and you add it, still we are larger. Milk consumption deficit runs between 19 to 37. It is Uganda and Kenya are more than double. Urbanization growth in Ethiopia is growing by 4.6%, and middle class expansion is about 8%. High value dairy products demand is growing by 10%. This is really a result of our children turning to pizza, sandwich, and a hamburger, the new approaching culture. My source is the Central Statistics Agency. Next slide, please. Productivity bottlenecks. 97% of our dairy cattle is indigenous with daily average of 1.5 to 2.2. When you do any research on Ethiopian dairy and livestock, you hear this story of Ethiopia being one of the largest in Africa, I think first or second in Africa, and one of the 5th, 6th, or 7th in the world. Yeah, but this is our productivity, and that contributes very little to food provision. Nutrition deficit, that is dairy nutrition deficit. We have concentrate and hay shortage. I will show that to you in figures and in monetary figures. Deficiencies in veterinary services, shortage of improved breed heifer. I will come back to that. The mix in accessibility gap, rural milk is left out of market and remains stranded. But the statistics goes like only 5% of milk produced in Ethiopia is formally collected. It's only 5% of it comes into the formal market channel. 20-40% out of the formally collected, out of the 5% collected, it is spoiled, post-harvest milk loss. and processors. As a result, there is a huge processor stress. Our processors operate at less than 40% at best, and even go as low as 18%. That is their performance. From their total performance, they perform only 40%, 18% to 40%. Next slide. Now, strategic investment metrics comparing Ethiopia with Kenya and Uganda. Compound feed, Kenya and Uganda are really doing well. We have severe shortage. Hay and forage, Kenya is lagging a little behind, but behind Uganda. In Ethiopia, it is still a critical deficit. Milk processing developed in Kenya. Uganda is also catching up, but we have systematic stress. Cold chain, Kenya, it is fragmented, but it is doing really very fine. Infrastructure gap there is in Uganda, but in Ethiopia it is a systemic bottleneck. Heifer supply, Kenya and Uganda are doing a lot better. In Ethiopia, believe it or not, there is no commercial entity that supplies improved heifer to the market. Next. Market maturity and investment potential, again, comparing Kenya and Uganda with Ethiopia. Commercial silage, it is more developed. We have almost no commercial silage production in Ethiopia. I mean, for the market. There is some that produce for in-house use, and rarely some in the market, but those are statistically insignificant. Commercial hay, Kenya and Uganda, it is more established. In Ethiopia, it is very informal, and we still have a very big gap there. Commercial heifer rearing, I've told you that there is nothing. Value-added dairy, it's developed in Kenya and Uganda. Ethiopia is import dependent, and this very small that is produced in Ethiopia, again, is statistically insignificant. Brookside, guys, I don't know what you are doing here. Next, please. The specifics, dairy value chain demand in Ethiopia. Milk demand is 15 billion liters, supply is 12, and we have a 3 billion liters deficit. Feed, we have 2 million metric tons demand. You have the supply there. The gap is 1.2 million metric tons. Forage, 6 million metric tons demand, 2.5 million metric tons supply, and there is a 3.5 million metric tons deficit. Improved heifers, again. The annual demand is 250,000. The supply is 80. This is what the market provides. They are not traceable. You don't know their background history. In the name of Holstein, you may be lucky to buy a cow that gives you 20, or you may be unlucky to buy a cow that gives you just 2 liters of milk. So the cap is 170,000. Next, please. Okay, now putting the previous slide in finance. Milk, we have a gap of $1.26 billion a year. Feed, we have $400 million a year. Forage, we have $58.3 million, $857 million a year. Heifers, we have $204 million a year. Milk powder, we don't produce anything. Everything we consume locally is imported, so we import about $27 million a year worth of powder milk. So that is the annual potential, business potential that exists in Ethiopia. This is verifiable. Google it out. Some of it is really modestly presented. This is a real figure that you can easily verify. Next slide, please. The entry points, there is a demand of 3.5 million tons annual deficit in commercial forage. Commercial feed processing, 1.2 million tons deficiency. Heifer rearing, 170,000 head annual demand. Genetic service, improving the 97% indigenous herd. Introducing digital agri-tech in nutrition, health, and record keeping. These are entry points. We have some more, I think. Next, please. Business entry points continued. Capturing remote milk production. I mean, most of Ethiopia is getting connected in infrastructure. So why are we not doing it? I don't know why. But remote milk can be collected and processed. I mean, that's more or less the same thing. The infrastructure is the same, more or less the same as it is here in Kenya and Uganda. 20 to 40% post-harvest loss.
Sorry for the interruption, Abraham. Could you please hold the microphone closer?
Okay.
So that we could hear you.
I'm sorry. You know, it's your. You shouldn't put a farmer here. We're not used to, standing. We're only used to milking. So I'm sorry. 20 to 40% post-harvest loss, and there is a cold chain system entry point, stabilizing meal supply by deploying decentralized cooling and aggregation hubs. There was some points on that from your presentation. Milk powder producing locally. Next, please. And the Ethiopian government, I mean, when you think of Ethiopia like 10, 15 years ago, you'd probably imagine a hungry boy, skinny and bony, hunger and drought. Maybe that used to be our picture. Now things are changing. We are producing wheat 3 times a day, and we have even started exporting. Now the government is working on milk. I'm telling you this to show you how hard the country is working to self-sustain in food, in feeding its people. So, to motivate investors, we have forex prioritization. That used to be one of our weaknesses. Investors come to Ethiopia and they find it difficult to convert the local currency to foreign currency. That has changed. Income tax holidays, it goes from 5 to 10 years exemptions. Duty-free imports, 100% exemption on capital goods. I think I have to verify that, but I'm pretty sure it includes, the pans, the milking, the small milking machines, etc., etc. There are some people who are interested in exploring the Ethiopian market. I'll find that out and contact you. Special credit lines with lower interest rates. That is the Ethiopian Development Bank has set aside a huge amount of money just for agriculture, and milk is a priority. Proven credibility, international financiers are ready to fund the sector. The problem there is, it's not like guys, me, I mean, the minimum investment, the minimum amount they are ready to lend starts from 10 million American dollars, and it goes way up. Next slide, please. Finally, the 2.48 billion strategic mandate. The unmet demand of 2.748 billion market, it comes in access to the 130 million consumers, policy incentive there, tax holiday, duty-free, capital goods, and forex prioritization. A national priority, increase national milk production. this is what the Ethiopian government has said, from 5.8 billion to 28.4 billion by 2030. And this is not just a for political consumption. Very recently, you have heard that we're able to finish the largest hydroelectric dam against all doubts. And there is no reason why we will doubt this one. What a relief, I'm done. If you have any questions, I'm willing to answer. The next one, I think. Yeah. What next? Execution. Ethiopia is early. The model is proven. Execution is next. Join us in closing the 2.748 billion gap. If this aligns with your focus, I would welcome a conversation. Here is my address. Before I let you go, I want to read one quotation from Mark Twain. He's a satirist, an American satirist. And he has one famous quote. I was seldom able to see an opportunity until it ceased to exist. Thank you.
Wonderful. Do we have any questions in the audience? If you have any questions.
Did I do good in my time? I think I did, right? Okay.
Anybody else? Okay, we'll start with Dr. Tundawa.
Thank you very much, sir, for a very insightful data. Really very insightful. My name is Tawanda. I just have a comment and a thought in terms of whether you could provide more details to granulate some of the numbers that you have presented, especially on the value-added products that are being manufactured out of the total milk volume you are currently producing. So what would go in ice creams, milks, cheese, etc. Thank you very much.
You know what? God bless these people. They did not make me sit as a panelist in any of them. Because 130 million, 32 million people, and there are probably 1 or 2 ice cream shops that probably sell, I don't know, $20, $30 a day. So it is significant, I mean, it's statistically insignificant. What else? I mean, almost everything is statistically insignificant. I have given you my address. I'm willing to assist. No money. Just you contact me and I'm willing to assist. It's not there. If you come in there, you'll be one of the first and the strongest.
Thank you.
Anything else? And the statistics are actually, I'll talk to the organizers so that they email you my presentation. And I have deliberately put down my sources in there. They are verifiable. And I'll talk to them to email them to you if you are interested. If you are interested, it is there for the asking.
Lovely. Any more questions?
Thank you, Abraham, for quite an informative presentation and the opportunities available. Mine is just a question on the milk yield which I think, if I got you right, was only about 5% is the one that is accessed and processed. Meaning, I think there's some production that goes into the informal market, and there is no data of the same. I wanted to know if the government is already working towards bringing the informal market or the milk that is going into the informal market into the formal market, and that it helps in bridging the gap that is already existing. I'm not sure if there are already efforts towards that at the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good question. The problem is the investors are not out there with the right means of transportation to go into the countryside with the right infrastructure, like cooling machine and all the setups to do the collection. In the absence of such luxury to the farmer is bound to go, quote unquote, illegal. So, I mean, in a situation where there are no collectors who are not willing to move out of the asphalted road, if you enforce, if you place enforcement, that would not be beneficial economically. Do you understand what I'm saying? So we are staying in the same hotel. You'll buy me coffee, and I'll tell you more.
Lovely.
Okay, Abraham, I think this is a wonderful presentation, and it's interesting that you are putting the word out. In Africa, we probably have left the government to talk and seek investors. The passion and the energy that you do have. I think one of the things that you hear a lot of potential investors around Ethiopia is around the investment climate. Is the dairy sector and this kind of sector, are investors, Africans, the rest of the world allowed to have ownership? And what are some of those conversations, especially with the new government? How far have we gone in terms of opening up for investors from outside?
Yeah, the opening up comes from two pressures. Fortunately, I can tell you this, and when I go back, I will not go to prison. The government is more, it's okay now. They don't put us in jail for saying the wrong things. So the pressure comes from two corners. One corner is, the World Bank, international financial organizations that support Ethiopia. They put conditions, and those conditions have twisted the arms of the government, and that's one source of liberalization. So one issue Ethiopia had in terms of investment is not allowing the investors to take out money in hard currency. That has improved a lot. One. Number two, the government has realized it because people push so much, and now there is no way you open you close your house, nobody comes in, nobody goes out. You open your arms, there gives, that gives an opportunity to cooperate. So it comes from these 2 points. By the way, before I conclude, you guys, these organizers, you are actually part of the implementation of the cross-border trade. And I would like to underline to you that what you are doing is really facilitating into the region, Ethiopia. Now in most of the presentations, Ethiopia was not there because we're not included. Now, the inclusion is opening up, and you are contributing a lot to that, and I commend you on that. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Let me go. Have mercy on me. Let me go.
So we can allow for the closing of that presentation by Abraham. A round of applause. Thank you so much. So right before we get into the panel discussion, I'd like us to do a little bit of a breathing exercise so that we can get back into our bodies in case you are starting to feel tired already. It's almost lunch hour, so we will be releasing you shortly. If you had not yet had tea, the tea is still set out, and we do allow for you to come back into the room so that you do not miss any of the discussions with your refreshments. So in case you do want to, you could just walk over to the Waridi corridor, and the tea and refreshments are still set out, so you could have some. So could we stand up at least for a breathing exercise before we go on? You could say hi to your neighbor, whoever is close to you. So many beautiful minds in this room. I appreciate being here with each and every single one of you. So please remember, if you do go out for your refreshments, carry them back into the room so that we're able to partake fully in the panel discussion that is just about to begin. So can we take a deep breath in and hold, release. One more time, deep breath in, hold, and release. One last time, deep breath in, hold, and release. So for this next, you could be seated now. Thank you so much for participating in that. So we're just about to get into the panel discussions. And for the panel discussion, we're gonna have Brian Kiplagat. If Brian is already in the room, please just prepare to come up, and we will have the panelists as well. So Brian Kiplagat will be our moderator for this next session. Brian, if you are in the room, please join us. Lovely, Brian is here with us, so a round of applause for Brian. So as I hand over to Brian, I'm hoping you are fully engaged and ready for this session. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Are we still here? So first is to maybe introduce myself. And my name is Brian Kiplagat. I work for a company called KUK, East Africa. And I've been in the dairy industry, basically understanding it for the last, from 2016, I started directly interacting with dairy industry through one of my greatest friends who are with us, Kenya Dairy Board, as an intern. And over the last 10 years, I have grown in the dairy industry to where I am now as the technical sales manager for food ingredients at KUK East Africa. So basically, during that period, I've interacted with cooperatives, which is what we need to discuss in this moment, about promoting basically milk production and processing through our cooperatives. So I want to introduce the panelists from my mentor, Mildred Kosgei from Kenya Dairy Board.
A round of applause, please, for Mildred.
Then we have Daniel Mutai from Mumbres Dairy Cooperative Society Limited.
A round of applause for Daniel as well as he joins us.
We also have Moses Kimani from the PS Advisor, State Department of Livestock Development.
A round of applause for Moses.
And then finally, we have a presenter who has just presented a few minutes ago, our Alex Gitonga, MD, Tanalop Consultancy.
Wonderful.
Great.
So as we begin this panel session, I've been asked to remind us all to please hold the microphone as close to your mouth as you possibly can.
Is that okay?
Yes.
1, 2. All right. So I'll ask our panelists just to have a seat. So maybe I can also do the handshake as we sit. You're most welcome. Yamune. Achavege. Bas. So good. So I will start by just thinking of, just to set the scene, is to probably ask ourselves, which could be the oldest dairy cooperative in Kenya or in East Africa? Any idea? Who has an idea? The oldest cooperative, dairy cooperative in Kenya? Panelists, could you have an idea?
Well, I think we have quite a number of them, and one of it is the new KCC, which started with the white settler, but currently it's between government and farmers. Government and farmers are owning. The other, there are quite a number. The other is, I think he just walked out. Meru Central is part of the cooperatives that started way back. So there are quite a number. Those are just two, but there are quite a number which started in 1960s. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So from that now, I think we can have the discussions of today. But first is to, from that history, understanding that cooperatives did not start yesterday. We've had cooperatives over the years, as old as probably almost close just after independence, maybe from 1960s, right? And up to date, we have new cooperatives that are coming up to support the farmers. So the next thing is just that these dairy cooperatives mainly, the task that we've seen them doing, and from my experience, is that they help the farmers to bulk the milk together. And then from there, there's the aspect of sell the milk to, initially was to processors. And later on, in later stages, the same cooperatives were able to value add. And I know Meru Central is here. We have other cooperatives like Kinangop, Dumberi, and the rest in Kenya. And these dairy cooperatives, after adding value, what we've seen over time is that they have grown in volumes. They have grown in capacity in terms of even increasing the number of labor, which means there's employment that has been created, and then diversification in the dairy products that they are producing. So from that aspect now is what we want to understand is how more can we do or power the milk production basically, and then the processing in the region. So we'll also look at the opportunities, we'll look at the challenges, and our panelists will help us to dive through that. So first, let me give the panelists to just expound or introduce themselves further, then we'll continue from there.
So thank you so much. My name is Mildred Koske. I work for Kenya Dairy Board. Kenya Dairy Board, for those ones who are coming from outside Kenya, is a dairy regulator that is in charge of regulating the dairy sector. My assignment in Kenya Dairy Board is on issue standards and enterprise development. And I've also been in the industry for many years, maybe about 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Afternoon. My name is Daniel Mutai, a board member at Mumberes FCS, and also vice chair to the board and in charge of training and extension. I've been in cooperative for the last 13 years. I joined when I was a youth, and I think I'm getting old there.
Thank you. My name is Alex Gadi. I'm a dairy investment consultant. I'm also the founder and managing director of Tanalope. With our main vision and mission is to double milk production at the lowest cost possible. That's why I'm here today.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Moses Kimani. I'm working at the State Department for Livestock Development in Kenya, working especially on livestock transformation and livestock commercialization, and working very closely with Mildred of the Dairy Board in especially quality-based milk payment, which we'll discuss later. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll start with Alex, because you had a very wonderful presentation. So how can we, as cooperatives, how can they better drive milk production? Just in a summary, you know, you had given a presentation, but I feel like maybe in a nutshell, how can they do that as a cooperative? Thank you.
Thank you very much. A cooperative is the way to go. If you look at the trades world over, most of the things I trained in Israel, and one of the vibrant dairy industry in the world is cooperative, and cooperative is the way to go. You are able to pool resources, you are able to minimize cost of doing business. So cooperative, basically, that's the way to go. Of course, the corporate governance issues, leadership issues, those are issues that needs to be looked at. Integrity issues, that are things needs to be looked at. But cooperative model where there is trust and where there is proper governance issues, structures, that way you'll be able to move forward. With cooperative, you're able to pool resources, to mobilize resources, and also to train. If it's like there's a document Tanalope, my company, did with Kenya Dairy Board and the Kenya Bureau of Standards, the Kenya Dairy GMP manual. So the cooperative can be able to trickle down that information to the farmers, and it's able to ensure that we get very good quality milk, free from aflatoxin, free from antibiotics, low somatic cells, low bacterial count. With cooperative, the interventions, subsidies, or any other government programs or development partners program can trickle down. So the cooperative model is the way to go.
Thank you, thank you. So Daniel from Mumberes, how have you practically been able to really drive that milk and improve milk production as at the level of your cooperative?
Thank you so much. We have to approach this as cooperative. First is to look at financial stability of a cooperative itself to be able to serve its members well. If a cooperative is very much stable, they are in a position to employ professionals who will be able now to do the practical teaching of our farmers. Number two is to look how we can change the perspective of the farming, where it's actually profitable to the farmer. If the dairy sector and dairy farming is profitable to the farmer, milk production will come back. So that is our approach as Mumberes Cooperative Society. We're looking at the strength and financial strength of the Mumberes Cooperative Society. At the same time, we are looking at unlocking the profitability of the dairy enterprise to our farmers.
Thank you so much. And maybe from the government side, and especially from the State Department of Livestock Development, Bwana Moses Kimani, how has the government been able to support or intervene and give the cooperative that energy or the strength to be able to drive the milk production?
Thank you. So from the State Department side, we've had a lot of deliberate effort to really push the dairy sector forward, and it's anchored on working very closely with cooperatives. So one of the ways, of course, has been the large investment in the cold chain infrastructure. So the government in the last financial year has brought on board 475,000 liters of additional capacity in cold chain, and that is primarily driven through cooperatives. In this new financial year, we're expecting a similar investment, and I'll be talking about it later when I make my presentation later on how cooperatives can benefit from these government subsidies. Across the value chain, so from genetics, through the State Department, again, sexed semen has been subsidized from 7,000 shillings to 1,000 shillings. When you look at feed and fodder, there's now a feed and fodder reserve fund that is in the process of being set up, again, to cushion farmers, especially during the dry season, to be able to access fodder. And also, His Excellency, the President, when he visited India, gave us a challenge, and he told us one of the reasons India has the world's largest dairy sector, yet it's a smallholder-based system like ours, has a lot to do with how they incentivize their farmers to provide quantity and quality. And we'll be talking later about the quality-based milk payment system, which is one of the initiatives being supported with Dairy Board, between the Dairy Board and the State Department to really push the sector forward.
Thank you very much. And then maybe finally, Mildred, you can add a bit, maybe final sentiments, because I know you've been at the key front in bringing cooperatives together in trainings, which I know we've really participated together at some point. So probably what could be maybe a parting shot on that first as a question that we were tackling.
Thank you so much. I think cooperatives, maybe I start with statistics first, because we leverage on having information coming from all sectors, because we are dealing with regulations. So for Kenya, we have a number of registered dairy cooperatives. We have 862, and what I say is that those are just dairy cooperatives. But the number of cooperatives for every other crop or other agricultural sectors is huge. The second one is that dairy cooperatives collect and bulk milk that goes into processing, and their role is very, very important. They collect up to 40% of the milk that goes into processing. Dairy cooperatives, therefore, play a critical role. In terms of seeing how they do in terms of promoting production, is that as a regulator, maybe I can speak just to further what the ministry has said, is that we understand that they are very important and they go through a lot of challenges. And we realize that the future for dairy industry is to go into value addition and processing. So we do a lot of capacity building for dairy cooperatives to be able to go into value addition instead of just bulking and cooling. So value addition. Over and above that, we also partner with the ministry in terms of driving aspects of quality-based milk payment for cooperatives to be paid better than what they do based on quantity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think from there now, I would want to know, I know we've talked about the cooperatives and what they really can do better. Now from Daniel at Mumbres, what could be the structural challenges that is limiting the cooperatives in terms of performing or supporting the dairy farmers?
Okay. Most cooperatives actually have challenges in terms of capacity in terms of the leadership. Remember, most cooperatives are actually, or all cooperatives are headed by the board of directors who are elected by the farmers. At times, the capacity of the board of directors is wanting. That may limit the vision and the growth of the cooperative sector. Number two also is the political scenarios when it comes to election of the leaders. Also, when it comes to capability of a cooperative to employ competent, qualified staff based on their performances is another challenge in terms of if they don't have enough capital to employ competent people, then the driving of those cooperatives are hampered by lack of skilled personnel. Apart from that, also there are a lot of challenges in terms of the infrastructure, where especially a cooperative that is set up in a rural setup like Mumberes, where we are collecting milk from poorly developed roads. These are also challenges because it increases the cost of operation. Apart from that, also climate changes affect also the growth of cooperatives, competition from other processors or other suppliers competing for the dairy farming enterprise, and also competing interests from our farmers. Remember, with the price fluctuation, especially most cooperatives who are not processing their own milk, they depend on private processors or other processors. Now their prices are fluctuating day or seasonal fluctuations. This also affects the growth of cooperatives. Apart from that, quality of the milk is still a challenge to most cooperatives and to most also processors. And as Mumberes, I think we are the leading in terms of actually doing the quality-based payment up to the farming level. And it was quite a challenge for us to arrive there. We spent a lot of money. We lost around 109 farmers from the cooperative, and which is actually a challenge that many board would not dare to do that, because losing the members of a cooperative who are supplying also milk and who are also the decision makers, they are the clients and they are the owners of the cooperative, is a challenge.
Thank you very much. Bwana Alex, when I came in, I just had a glimpse of your presentation, and you mentioned that you visited over 12 countries. You've met with several cooperatives. What were in terms of what did you see as the major structural challenges that they were facing?
Thank you. I think basically, just to top up on what he has talked about, inefficiencies in running those cooperatives. They are not cost sensitive, so it's very so many inefficiencies which needs to be addressed. Governance issues, integrity issues, leadership issues. A bit of politics during those elections, and also favorism, nepotism in employment and all those things. Those have been cutting across all the cooperatives that we have interacted with. In terms of infrastructure, the technology probably to detect something like aflatoxin, even bacterial count, antibiotic residues, they don't have that capacity. So why should a whole truck go to a processor because of aflatoxin? If that cooperative had the capacity to detect aflatoxin, we could have reduced that cost. And we can even plan backward and train the farmers how to ensure that the feeds they are feeding the cows do not have aflatoxin. So basically, inefficiencies, governance issues, and also resource mobilization. They have poor strategies on resource mobilization. They are development partners who have money. There are government programs which they can plug in. So most of those cooperatives, they don't know how to. Probably it's about time to change the leadership from analog to digital, so the Gen Z can also take over.
Good, thank you so much. So I think probably as we move to the next, where should investment be prioritized? We could start from the government side, and then as we come down. Yeah.
Thank you. So yes, there's a big investment shortfall in the sector. I think it's Kenya has a very vibrant dairy sector, and I'm cognizant of the fact of all the investment that has been done so far. But I look at where we can still grow, definitely cold chain support, looking at our genetics, looking at as well feed and fodder, increasing the quality and quantity and affordability, driving down the cost of fodder. I think a big challenge we have in the sector. And we look, our dairy processors, our dairy cooperatives, we are paying already quite high to the farmer. And we are being among the highest in the region. When it comes to bringing down, making the sector more competitive, if we keep adding the cost of how much you're paying the farmers, it's very hard to layer on those costs on to the consumers. So for the farmers to make more profit, how do we invest in what will bring the cost of production down? I think we saw a very good presentation here about the cost of feeds and how that really contributes to the profitability of the farmer. So making costs, driving down the cost of feeds. And I know there are many initiatives, even the people in this room, I see Gitonga there is investing in one of Africa's largest feed mills to bring down the cost of fodder. I've seen as well other companies like I think Lato and Bio combined to competitors in the market, but they cooperate in fodder production with the aim of making cheap, affordable fodder available to farmers so that we can be competitive. Because you're competing in, as Mildred will tell you, where she does a lot of trade and export. We're competing with milk from Uganda, from other parts of, and we have to be globally competitive as well. So investing in feed and fodder production systems, and here's a rallying call for cooperatives. I'll end with one remark. The government has the land commercialization initiative that allows the private sector to use large tracts of government land for agricultural productivity. And cooperatives have a very easy pathway into this initiative, even more than private companies. So it's a challenge to the cooperatives here, and those of us who work with cooperatives to say, as a cooperative, you can apply for lease of government land to do large-scale commercial hay and fodder production towards driving down the cost of fodder for your farmers. Thank you.
So, Bwana Daniel, from your end and with your experience at Mumbres, where would you prioritize your investments?
Currently at Mumbres, we are prioritizing in terms of value addition. And I've said that we are moving from quantity-based pricing to quality-based pricing, where we're looking at the quality of the milk that we produce. Those are the key areas. If you look at, because ultimately what we produce goes to consumption. And if you look at the population of Kenya, about 16% are medium class citizens. These medium class citizens are so much concerned in terms of the food they eat, in terms of what is available in the environment. And we are positioning ourselves as cooperative to be able to produce this safe food to these people. We've also, we are looking at a cooperative level, at a farm level, whereby we want to increase the income of our farmers, where we are also value adding the milk that we get. We are receiving around 13,500 liters of milk on a daily basis. And currently we are only value adding around 20% of our milk. The rest goes to other processors who are paying on quality-based pricing. But we want to increase this value addition volume to around 50%, and then the rest will go to other sectors. Now, apart from that, we are also investing in fodder processing, as said by the government, where we are training our farmers to first of all produce their own fodder. There's this new crop of Napier grasses, which does well, and it reduces the cost of production, so that they make the dairy enterprise a little bit profitable. At the same time, as cooperative, we are also doing concentrate formulation, where we had a lot of challenges in terms of the quality sourcing. I'm sorry to say, because sourcing of the raw material from other countries was not actually good in terms of aflatoxin level. And this gave us a challenge. When it comes to the Kenyan, especially maize as a raw material for concentrate, it's quite costly. It's quite costly. And bearing in mind the quality parameters that we're looking into is also another thing that's driving the cost. But we are investing on those areas because that is where we feel we are getting the value along those sides.
Thank you very much. So, Mildred, from the regulatory lens, and now that you regulate these dairy cooperatives, what could be, or what is that thing you tell them every other time when you meet and interact with them? What could you give as your message or your advice on where to invest?
Thank you. I think for coming from the regulator, one thing is when we go around to meet the cooperators is that do things right. And doing things right is you must be transparent. You must be transparent in your governance. You must be transparent in your dealing with your suppliers, because the moment they know that you are transparent and they are able to see the transactions that are going, then you will get more members. So, and since we have a discussion today on issues innovation, I think one of the things that is really driving or would drive dairy cooperatives to move ahead is in terms of technologies in transmission of information relay to the farmer. How does that farmer at home be able to see that the volumes that he delivered is this volume and the quality of that product is? So our message to the cooperators, one, is transparency. The next one is they must work together. We have had a lot of case examples where when cooperators come together, when cooperators have a common goal, they really do a lot in terms of moving the industry. And here, I think we have case studies of Meru Central Union. I can see the CEO is here. We have Kitunguri Dairy Cooperative Society, where they've been able to mop up the smaller cooperatives to be able to make a union. So in Kenya Dairy Board, we drive for transparency, we drive for working together for a common good and being able to have things in a transparent way by having digital systems in place to communicate what you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, so now looking at the cooperatives again, how do we ensure that there is farmer inclusivity, Bwana Alex, and also there is improved income to the farmer?
I think that's a very good question, and to plug in what the government and Kenya Dairy Board is doing, Tanalope, we were part of a team that developed one of the initiatives, Cash Cow Project. And it's a project that we had private sector, we were the private sector, the government, and also the Kenya Dairy Board. And Family Bank, I think it had put aside 1 billion shillings for fodder only. And that project is something that can be replicated in other countries. That's extremely, very, very important. Another thing is also about digitization of the process. We as Tanalope, we have developed the Tano Dairy Platform. We should be discussing after this, because that platform has the capability to show you real time how much milk is being collected, real time. So this is one of the systems in the world that can show you real time how much milk is being collected. You can dial a vet, you can order your dairy milk, your minerals. Once you reduce inefficiencies along the value chain, then you increase the profitability. Basically, what we are looking at is business models, innovations, digital tools, and other systems that can bring efficiency to the dairy along the dairy value chain. That is the only way you can have more money in the pocket. We normally say the farmers take a third of the income, the processors take a third, and then the distribution takes a third. So can you tackle your inefficiencies within your third? If you are a processor, please work on your deficiencies, energies and all those other things. If you are a farmer, work on your energies. And I think the cooperatives can be able to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Bwana Moses, from the government side, I know government is strict on creating policies that bring about inclusivity in any sector. So how, as even in the State Department of Livestock Development, how do you see it that cooperatives are able to bring that inclusivity in the farmer side and then also in ensuring that there is improved income?
Okay, thank you. I think inclusivity is at the center of the government's agriculture strategy, what we call Better Kilimo, bottom-up economic transformation in agriculture, that looks at the value chains. When you look at the priority value chains for Better Kilimo, number one is the dairy sector. Yeah, so this is front and center of government strategy and effort and investment. So in terms of inclusivity, the Kenyan dairy sector is smallholder farmer-led. So by increasing, as we've heard about, looking at efficiencies, bringing down the costs, by making the sector more profitable for farmers, for processors, for cooperatives, that was able to translate to better gains for the farmers and for the smallholder farmer. When you look at who is taking care of the cows, for example, I remember visiting a cooperative in Kajiado where they said, okay, yes, the cows belong to the men, but the milk belongs to the women. Therefore, the women are the ones who run the dairy cooperative. So by its nature, it is a very inclusive value chain. And not only we're talking about nutrition and young people and early childhood development, the first 1,000 days of nutrition, it's a sector that really has a lot to play and to contribute to Kenya's prosperity. So I would say being the priority value chain, one of the 4 main priority value chains under Better Kilimo, I think inclusivity is front and center and anchored on our work with the cooperatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mildred, from Kenya Dairy Board statistics, do we find farmer inclusivity in our dairy sector?
That's a good question. This is something that the industry is grappling with. Just to follow up on what my colleague from the State Department has, is that the background that most of the farmers are coming from is that the owner and the milk belongs to the man. The woman or the female gender is just meant to do the work, the hard work. But what has happened in the recent times is that there has been a lot of interest in with even the genders that have been put aside to participate in activities, in dairy activities. So we find there's a lot of investment, even when it comes to private sector investment. There is a lot of female gender that have participated in investment. I think today we are privileged to have 1 or 2 ladies who actually put themselves into processing, and they are doing very well. One of it is Meved. She has really done very good. So we are coming from a background where the male gender dominates almost every investment, but moving forward or continuously, we are seeing a transformative change where youth, particularly youth, they have taken their space. In dairy cooperatives, in businesses, they have taken their space. I think youth are driven by, they want to see money, but they don't want to see the hard work. So they have left the farming part to the farmers, the old people, but in business, we see a lot of youth participating in it. So yes, we are saying we are coming from a background where there is no much inclusivity, but as we look at the statistics currently, we are seeing around 40-60 participation, especially at the level where they are doing business, when it comes to business in dairy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe finally on the same topic, Bwana Daniel, from my experience is with the visits and the cooperatives that I've interacted with, we see management, especially board of directors, being majority or the largest percentage is the upper age bracket. So preferably, probably from 40 years going up. And it's very rare to find a chairperson of these, let's call them big cooperatives or the major cooperatives in our country, being able to be in leadership like a chairperson, a treasurer, or a secretary, honorary secretary? Yeah, what could be the challenge and what could be done to incorporate youth in leadership?
Okay, thank you so much. And as Mumberis, we have a strategic plan with an objective of stakeholder engagement and sustainability. And in this aspect, we are looking at how do we make cooperative more sustainable? And to be more sustainable including all the members of the community. And all the members of the community, this is the youth, women, people with disabilities, and the others. And at a Mumberis example, I'm lucky I came with one of my board members who is seated there, and maybe he can stand. He's still a youth. I was also...
Yeah, you can stand.
Stand.
At least you can confirm there is inclusivity.
Yes.
$25. Wow.
Yes.
Can we clap for him?
And I was elected also when I was 30. I was a youth. Now, what happens, or why youth were included, we have a policy on youth council where all the youths are elected, so long as either their parents are farmers or they themselves, they are farmers, then they have their own agenda of activities that is to be done. The cooperatives support them and we have a budget for them. Also, equally, for example, I'm seated here, but my wife is the one who is taking care of the dairy cows. So at a cooperative level, we look at those people who are responsible in terms of taking care of the cows. They participate in the training and capacity building of milk production and activities that are carried out by the cooperative. We also look at people with disabilities. They are members of our community. How do we encourage them to participate in terms of dairy cooperative activities? And at a board level, we are lucky to have 3 ladies at a board level. And at a supervisory level, we have 1 out of 3. So somewhere there, we are gender balanced. And these are democratic elected leaders. They do elections at the ground. We were the first in Baringo County. And I remember we had a lot of challenges with our sub-county cooperative officer who told us that we are politicizing the cooperative movement by making the campaigns and all that goes into electing a cooperative leader at a village level. Because initially we used to do elections during the AGM, and it was the last in the agenda. So all those busy bodies leaders, at the end of the day, are going to be elected because they were the one to wait until the last agenda. But we dedicate a day for the zones to do their elections, vetting and all those processes. So we have a policy that's guiding us on that.
Thank you very much. So I know we've tackled much on farmer inclusivity and a little bit on income. So maybe as we close that topic, I will ask Alex again to maybe touch in a summary, how can we increase farmer income, specifically farmer income, and in relevance to the prevailing situation in environmental and issues around sustainability, basically.
Thank you. I think at the end of the day, this business has to be profitable. So whether we want to include the youth, whether it's high net worth individuals who want to put their money in this business, the bottom line is to make business, do we say we make it sexy or something? That's what I've heard somewhere. So we make it profitable, because where there is money, you can put your $2-3 million. So basically, that's the trick of the game. And there are 2 systems I've been thinking about. The first system is what they're doing, payment based on quality. You can earn more by that. The second system that we are piloting, actually we have developed that system, and it's also good. I've seen Honorable Mohika Mutahi is a champion from Nyeri, Wakulima Dairy there. So we can we pilot, because the processors are here. We have the platform to give Maziwa loans. If you are taking my milk, why can't you pay me within 24 hours if I need a small loan to buy dairy milk, to buy minerals, to pay my workers? Is there any processor or cooperative in the room who is willing to pilot with us? Because we can easily do that. We can do what we call discounted invoicing, and then we can be able to do that. That way we'll also be able to increase. Because there's something that we are not checking, the cost of capital. When I go to a bank and get a loan at, how much is it now? 18, 22, 23%. That is a cost of doing business. Suppose the processor can be able to give me, if I deliver 100 liters, you give me 70% of that within 24 hours at maybe 3%. Is that possible? Probably the quality-based payment and instant payment for milk, these are disruptive innovations that can move the sector to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, and then lastly, we want to look at the role of dairy cooperative. We used to talk about Vision 2030 some years back. How far are we from Vision 2030? Basically, we have 4 years to 2030. So in the next 4 years, what is the role that the cooperatives have to play? So from the government side, then we come down from the private sector, Alex, and with your consultancy, and then maybe also from Mildred, then finally from one of the players as a cooperative, Bwana Daniel.
I think the cooperatives are a big financial engine for prosperity. And we are cognizant of the fact there have been challenges. I think Kenya had, through the 70s and 80s, one of the most vibrant cooperative movements. But there have been challenges, as we've had, around governance. But even with within those challenges, there have been beacons of very successful cooperatives that have really shone through and have, even in this room, the cooperatives that are running huge dairy processing facilities and unions of cooperatives that are doing very well. So I think they have a role to play. It's an engine of prosperity, but they have to be allowed to compete efficiently. Not so much in the dairy sector, but sometimes in the coffee, we see a lot, in the coffee sector, we see a lot of bailouts. And my personal opinion is that some of these bailouts reward inefficiency. So if you allow cooperatives to be efficient, thriving businesses, as is happening in the dairy sector cooperatives here stand on their own, and the government does support through subsidies, but these are cooperatives that are by their own are profitable, are efficient. When the subsidies come, they give them a boost. Usually, I haven't heard of bailouts in dairy. I think the people here in this room, the cooperatives that are here, really have a great opportunity towards that Vision 2030. I think it's possible. So let them thrive, let them be efficient, and the government will continue supporting their prosperity.
Thank you. I think I'm thinking about this discussion about a wedding. In a wedding, you have a bride and a bridegroom. The bride is the farmer. And without the bride, there is no wedding. So let's think more of a farmer. Let's think about the milk production. Let's invest on the milk production side, even as processors, as stakeholders, even as cooperatives. Let's think about the farmer. Let's look at the low-hanging fruit as we move towards 2030. There are those things that you don't require capital injection. You can easily double the milk production at your farm by doing what we call a dairy farm diagnostic assessment, dairy farm audits. I'm a certified cow signal trainer. So please, can we, even through cooperatives, inject some of those low-hanging fruits? Let's take care of the bride. Let's take her to the salon and do the manicure and the pedicure and everything else. The farmers needs to be supported. Please, let's invest backward. As we expand Brookside and others, let's not expand the processing capacity. Let's increase the milk production per cow per day from 6 liters to about 12 liters, probably up to 15. That will have developed our industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want to echo what the presenters have said in terms of the achievement of Vision 2030, that yes, the industry is moving towards the achievement of Vision 2030. Going back to the statistics, our projection was we grow production to 12 billion liters in 2030. And currently we are at 5.3. We are not really moving at the pace that we would want to be, but we see a lot of effort happening at the production level. We have seen in Kenya Dairy Board, because we collect data, that there is a lot of milk that is now going into processing. We have seen our processors exporting milk to our regions. We export to Uganda, we export to Tanzania, we export to Ethiopia, our colleague there from Ethiopia. This shows that there is progress towards achievement of that Vision 2030. The only take for us is that let us support the farmer, just the way my presenter, the other presenter said, we support the farmer, and the support that required, especially at cooperative level, is to be able to make them powerful. If we make them powerful, if we make them come into unions, they will be able to move the industry further. They will be able to do magic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then finally, Daniel.
Okay, thank you so much. At Momberes Cooperative FCS, we are looking at production of food, and safe food production is what is being done through the quality processes that I've said. And we are able also to employ around 11 quality personnel to be monitoring the milk. We were also to spend around 4 million in buying the equipment alone for milk testing and food testing before we get the milk. So we are part of the Vision 2030 in producing quality, safe food. At the same time, women inclusivity is part of what we are doing in our programs. Access to capital. We are training all our farmers. We are paying them through their banks. No farmer is being paid cash. We've eliminated that. And with provision of the milk records, because data speak, our farmers are able to access their capital through SACCOs or banks. ICT is one of the aspects that we are driving so much, and most of our data, milk data collection and farmer details are actually captured on real time, including even the quality parameters of the milk. And we are also active in terms of, currently we are developing an app where a farmer will be able to access how much milk has been supplied, how much money can he access digitally, so that they don't waste a lot of time coming to the cooperative seeking advices in terms of their milk records and all that. They can access on the app. So for the ICT platform, we are actually, and I remember one of the AGM, a farmer asked us, now you're bringing us a lot of digital, and we don't have smartphone. Now, you know, such is an excuse that we saw. For us to drive this, the information has to be there. So we never wanted to compromise that. Maybe some of them are not able to access the current digital platforms, but we are pushing them there so that they'll be able to access more information. Apart from the information they are getting from the cooperative, they can also access other information outside.
Thank you very much. May we clap for our panelists? So thank you for sharing your experiences. And so the next thing we want to do now is to go to everyone else in the room. Dairy players in the room, are we still there? You feel like your tummy is rumbling? Do you need some lunch? So you've heard from our panelists. Now I want to ask that if you have any questions, you may ask the panelists. So I don't know, do I take, you could ask, if it's a question directly to one of the panelists just mentioned who will answer, then they will write down the questions, and then after we take about 4 or 5 questions, we answer those, and then we see if we have extra questions. So just let's give it time. Is it okay? Now you can use mine.
Thank you, panelists. And Kenya, thank you, Kenya. I mean, you are, at the moment, you are our role model, and your success means we learn from you, and we thank you for that. Saying this, just remarks. One, the whole value chain, the dairy value chain stands on milk. And I support what Alex emphasized, and I would like to repeat that, irrespective of how the relationship between the producer and processor started, it is time for the two to get together. So more milk production is not just a farmer's thing, it is a processor's thing as well. That's number one. We really need to think in these lines. That's number one. Number two, innovation, when innovation contains disruption, sometimes it's good. Now I'm going to forward a disruptive idea here. I think it is time that we consider the breeds we use. We were told most of the time our development was imported, the concept was imported from abroad, and I will be the right person to tell you my problems as a dairy person. So it's not bottom up, it's many times the development approach is up bottom. So how about reversing that a little bit? How are the breeds we are using now in terms of adaptability to climate, in terms of resistance to disease, in terms of food conversion? When you talk about we should increase productivity, let's say 25 liters, and if I produce only 5 liters, are you sure I'm not making money? Sometimes it could be me who can make money. So I think it is time we really question the type of breed we have at hand and think of the corners where we should do improvements. Fortunately, I had a chance to discuss some points. I don't want to go very explicit on that, but I'm sure you know what I'm saying. Thank you. And Alex, I commend your approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, just take several, about 4 or 5 questions, and then we can have the panelists answer them.
Thank you to the team for the presentation. Now, I would like to get something cleared, but before that, I just want to mention something. I think there is a bit of stereotyping about women and dairy, because I think in this country we have many regions, and it depends on where you are coming from. Where I come from when I was a young girl, I knew the milk belonged to my mom. The cow belonged to my daddy. That's it. So it is, and even up to date, in that region, the milk belongs mainly to the women, but you know the cows belong to the men. And even as MEVED, we do collect milk from farmers, and I think we have just done a simple calculation. Majority of our milk suppliers are women. The women we pay, not that they just bring the milk. These are the women we pay. So I think there is a little bit of stereotyping there. It depends on women empowerment. And in this country, we are so divided when it comes to issues of gender. Now, my concerns can be answered by the two government people, that is Mildred or Kimani. One of them is Mildred and Kimani. This country has one thing which I have never known where our priorities are. Why supply cooperatives, very small cooperatives with the coolers, which are actually not being utilized? If anybody can be in this panel or in this room and is from Kenya, And we ask each one of us to hold up their hands who are living in the rural to see whether they have seen a cooler which is not utilized for the last 5 years. We are so many. Personally, I have 5. I can point to 1, 2, 3. Some of the places where they are even locked. Why give a cooler of 5,000 to people who are small as producing 150 liters of milk, which 3,000 can hold 150. No electricity. In the morning, we had a presentation from Brookside. If Brookside has already gone to coolers which are using solar, how comes the government is thinking that they can install coolers of 3,000 liters of milk deep in the rural where electricity is single phase, is always going off and on, and it doesn't make sense to me. Now, number 2, Kimani talked about LAD, which is underutilized for government. I would really appreciate if I can know what I need to have or to do to get a neutralized government LAD to farm for my daily cows silage. I would really appreciate. And the other thing I think is still Kimani who mentioned about it, is that you have reserves for fodder. Kindly let us know where these storages are, who are able to access them. Is it you buy or you get it free? Okay, and the logistics behind getting all this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My question is to Alex. You know, I was happy with the 1/3 for the farmer, 1/3 for input suppliers, 1/3 for processors. Very nice. But the truth on the ground, the farmer is 0. I think that's the position. The farmers don't have the 1/3. And it would be very nice if it could work this way. But the truth, when you go to the farmer, you try to bring our youth in it, they don't want something that doesn't make money. Nobody wants where money is not being made. So farming is left to the old people because it's an occupation. And I think it's to fill up time. We don't have enough. We don't play golf so you can look after your cow. So I think if we want to look at farming as a business, agriculture as a business, I think we need to take it a step from where we are discussing. And particularly, in this country, there is a problem of thinking that feeding cows is equivalent to concentrates, feed concentrates. And I think food for cows are not concentrates, are supplements. Just like we take vitamin supplements. You can stop eating vegetables because you have a package of vitamin tablets. So we need, at what point, and I don't know whether this is on data board or whether it's government or who will do this, where we train our farmers to feed our cows, our animals on natural fodder. And we get out, because you see the concentrate, one, they're expensive. Second, it is where standards are not being observed in terms of quality and safety. Both quality and safety issues are not being observed. And don't ask me who should do that. I'm sure you know. They are not being observed. So the issue of milk quality and the production, because the quality is not being observed and the safety, the farmer is the one who is on the losing end. And I think if we do not train our farmers to feed the animals on natural fodder and how to produce balanced diet with proteins, with carbohydrates, that is energy, and vitamins from fodder, and we train them that you get it from a bag, there is no time the farmer will have money in the pocket. And I think that is a subject we need to discuss as an African problem. And Africa we have enough RAD. Why do we buy food in the bags? Why do we do that? I think we need to focus on it as professionals and government if we are serious on doubling the milk production in this continent at an affordable way. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you. So maybe you can take one more question just behind you, then we can answer them.
May I want to kind of repeat what I said yesterday, and I will say it because the two government reps weren't there yesterday. The issue to do with more visibility, we want you to be more closer. You know, sometimes when we hear you talk, we don't understand whether they're the same people we deal with, because we don't see you the way we would want to see you. You know, when you talk there and when we think what we go through out there, it doesn't match. Because I would rather you come close to us, particularly when we have those trainings to our farmers. Listen to our farmers, listen to the cries, listen to the problems that our farmers are going through, particularly issues to do with the feeds. I think there is something the government can do for the farmers, because you are the support people. You can support our farmers. There are so many. Some are crying. We don't have that. Some of us, where we come from, we don't have those big chunks of rice. So we normally rely on the concentrates. So if there is something the government can do to assist the farmers, I don't know how, but that can only be done when you people are close to us so that you can hear us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll ask the panelists to answer the questions. I know there were some comments. Maybe just answer the questions as we wind up.
Thank you. I think many questions came to me and Mildred, so I will attempt. But they say feedback is the breakfast of champions. So I take a lot of what you've said as good feedback. On the Cooler program, I acknowledge, yes, that there's been historical challenges. You know, the program has been there, I think, for more than 10 years. And there are those cases of coolers that went to cooperatives that are not active, or some are using them to store water or beans, sadly. So that is acknowledged. But under the current program, there's a verifiable, auditable process. Before a cooperative gets a cooler, they actually have to set up the infrastructure, part of the infrastructure. I see some beneficiaries here, like Wakulima Cooperative are here. I think they got some coolers. There's a few other cooperatives, but yes, your point is well noted. Being also a subsidy and I'd say a bottom-up economic transformation agenda, there are coolers that, for example, have gone to the north for groups focusing on dairy and camel milk production. So these are much smaller coolers, 500 liters, and a bit smaller capacity, many of them solar powered. So there are improvements. Acknowledge the system is not perfect, but it is improving, and we do take your feedback constructively and positively. On the LCI, the Land Commercialization Initiative, the Land Commercialization Secretariat sits within the Ministry of Agriculture for all government agricultural land, that is to be the leasing program. So later on, I'm happy to share their contacts of the Land Commercialization Office. But also, you can also approach any of the landowners, that is, whether they're looking at NYS or prisons or whichever landowner, quote unquote, within the government. They also have the capacity to interact with you directly. But the Land Commercialization Office sits at the Ministry of Agriculture, and I'm happy to make that necessary connection. On the, I think, good feedback on also visibility, and you want to feel the government more present. You are aware that extension is devolved, so we also have to incorporate counties. So also my recommendation for the organizers is at the next forum, we also onboard the counties, because based on our current constitution, extension is devolved. So it's a function of the county governments. That farmer-facing extension with the government is actually county-led. However, the national government has a key role to play in especially research. I don't know how many here have been to the Dairy Research Institute. There's one in Naivasha. There's also one in Kilifi. By show of hands, I think very few of us have been there, but there's a lot of, like at Calro is doing a lot of brilliant work I remember visiting the one in Kilifi a few weeks ago and seeing what they're doing with hot weather resilient cows. So they're breeding, for example, Jerseys and Sahiwal to get a high yielding, very heat tolerant cow for the coastal region. And the cows look small. So I remember the feedback we gave, your cows look very small, but they said this is what does well in this region and it's adapted to the heat of this region. So they are small, yes. They don't give you your 20, 30 kilos per day, but they give you consistent numbers and at a very profitable pricing point for the farmer in terms of even feeds. On the fodder and concentrate, so again, that's a very good feedback on that. You look at, it's not only concentrates that are feeds. In a country that as big as ours, how can we utilize the land and make natural fodder? I think the land commercialization initiative is precisely trying to bring this on board. And where we've seen it work, for example, in Tarda, in the Tarda lands, in the Kiambere scheme, a lot of farmers growing sorghum and maize for silage. I think it's a brilliant opportunity here to board our cooperatives to do large tracts of land for hay and silage. I think those opportunities are there, and that's the direction that we'd really like to head on. I think I'm available for consultation after to interact, and I'm happy to share my contacts and we can engage.
Thank you very much. I think Mildred, you want to add something?
Yeah, oh, okay, because we are government, let me also echo what my colleagues have said. Abraham, thank you so much. I think yours is feedback, and I really want to agree with you in aspects of processor, not to be left out in the value chain, because they are the market end. They are the ones who determine where the market of this milk that we are producing is. So at Kenya Dairy Board, we are really, really very, very keen to work with processors. We can't finish 2 months before we call a processor meeting for us to discuss issues that are affecting the industry. So the aspect of, and that I want to tie with the coolers. We've even had a discussion at Kenya Dairy Board with Processors Association, where we really support them in terms of even having that strong association so that they can champion issues in the dairy sector, is that we have had a meeting that we invited even the top government officials from the ministry to listen to them on issues of agreeing that they partner with the processor in working with the cooperatives that can be given coolers. So it becomes easier for these coolers to be made active or to work, because the processor will be there demanding for the milk that they have collected. So that close relationship between the processor and the cooperative will make a difference. Those coolers will not be idle if the processor is on board. If the processor can say, these are the cooperatives that I collect milk from, and I want them to be supported in terms of getting the coolers. The second question, I think, and also on issues of breeds, this is on issue of production, and Kenya Dairy Board is not mandated to do that. But I can just say that the government efforts, I know currently there's a lot of demand for Sahiwal. I don't know, quite a number of us are breeders here. Sahiwal breed, which is very dual purpose. So yes, I would say that maybe the direction is not to go to Holstein Friesian for all the farmers, because not every farmer can be able to manage the cost of keeping Holstein, and especially when we are now driving the aspect of quality-based milk payment system. We are saying, yes, you can keep a smaller breed, you can keep Jersey, you can keep a few Holstein, so you have a mix where you are able to now manage the aspects of quality-based milk payment and also manage the aspects of cost of keeping the kind of breed that we want to keep. The other question was on training of farmers on feed and issues of concentrates. I can't agree with you, Father, that concentrates is something that just adds production. But the key driving force is that if we can have green pasture, if we can have fodder, enough fodder for this cow, the only part that the concentrates will do is supplement the protein part, which is not that much available with the green grass. So there's been a lot of effort to on aspects of extension that farmers are being taught on how to plant even fodder crops such as Napier grass, keeping silage, planting instead of the regions that are planting no thrift. The ones they are planting maize year in, year out, they are now converting their maize to silage for purposes of feeding the cows. So we see a direction now that farmers are now getting keener into producing fodder for purposes of mutually or for purposes of feeding the cow instead of the cow doing a lot of concentrates that is costly, at the same time may not be sustainable. On aspect of visibility, I think that is feedback from us, for us. Thank you so much. But I would want to say that we try as much as possible to be available, to be even in forums such as field days, exhibitions, so that this becomes a forum that we are very close to the farmers. And for Kenya Dairy Board, we have branch offices. We are not just in the head office. So if you feel there is something very pertinent that that is really Kenya Dairy Board can be able to be of help, we have 27 branch offices. So you can visit us and we are able to help where possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I know we've gone 20 minutes past what was allocated for us, and maybe we can drive the discussions to when we are going for a lunch break. We can engage with our panelists further, unless there's anything burning. But
actually, Brian, we have designated some time after the afternoon session for cocktails and networking. So for lunch break, please just have your lunch. We're trying to be back inside the room by 2 p.m. So during lunch, just have the lunch and then come back into the hall so that we can continue on the next segment. And we'll have a cocktail break after so that you can do the networking and every other thing.
all right. So thank you very much. At least just in a summary is that cooperatives, we've agreed that cooperatives play a critical role. We've seen in our Kenyan setup that probably after, in terms of even bulking the milk after our esteemed Brookside, we have top cooperatives who are here who have at least tried to bulk a lot of milk that has raised the volumes to what Mildred mentioned, 40%. And we've seen they have also done the aspect of value addition, which I'm so passionate about as an individual. And I've grown with several cooperatives, including Mumbres here, in terms of value addition. So basically, we are seeing cooperatives doing all that. We've seen the inclusivity. We're seeing them training farmers on feeds and also on breeding, which sometimes some individuals, if you are on individual level, you may not be able to capture so many people at a go. So there is a lot that cooperatives are doing, and we'll take the discussion maybe probably during the later stages of this day, and we can catch up on the same. Alex had something. Allow him to just say that as we conclude.
Yeah, it's just a small build up on what the government has said. You know, the government has to talk before the private sector. But basically, there's this problem of concentrates. I have seen Githunguri Fresher there and many other processors. Farmers are using up to 20 kilos, 21 kilos per cow per day of dairy meal. That is counterproductive. That is killing the cow, acidosis, metabolic disorders. That is killing the farmer, and that is killing the processor. The milk will have less butter fat, so the organoleptic properties of that milk will be bad. So let's go the New Zealand way. New Zealand is a pasture-based milk production. and New Zealand exports is the biggest exporter in the world, 50 billion worth of milk export, and their average milk production is 18. So why are you using a lot of concentrates? We are killing our cows. Why are we killing cows? Please, let's stop using a lot of concentrates. Let's build on the fodder. And then on the 1/3, let's increase on the efficiencies on milk production, processing, and distribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian, and the panelists. A round of applause. We appreciate the insights of each and every single one of you. I would just like to make a few announcements before we head out to lunch. I will repeat that I know we're a bit late, but our lunch break is supposed to end at 2 p.m. because we do have a very high executive forum where we're going to have all the regulatory leaders in the industry present to us, and that is going to start after 2. So please, let's try and keep our lunch brief. As I said, we will have a networking cocktail immediately after the next segment. So please keep it brief as you're eating. For the speakers, you're going to get your meal vouchers at the entrance. As you're leaving, actually the exit door, you will find Mary Shearer there and she'll give you your meal cards. The exhibitors, please find your meal cards at the booth. And the delegates, please find your meal cards at the registration desk. Thank you.